Fallé,
Pero si ya, ahora aprieta.
Mejor
Conté
amigo.
la cabro, ¿cierto? Tecla, ¿cierto? Sí, sí,
Dale al
tecla.
F5, Lil C.
Oye, pero ¿por qué está desnudo tu personaje?
¿Y por qué
Es una
no?
buena pregunta. Es que lo paso muy bien anoche.
Ujú.
Menudo anoche.
Menudo anoche.
312 ARS. A ver. 312 ARS.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket
Yeah.
of your flare cut pants.
3 llaves, 4500.
It says whirling in rags on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Ok.
¿Quién habrá sido el bruto que lo habrá sacado?
Mm.
¿Mano izquierda? ¿Qué es eso? Zapato.
Esos zapatos que tienen, prota.
Imagínate no ocupar zapato. Me puedo lavar la cara así para despertar un poco, weón. Que
Lávate la cara, lávate la cara.
Podrías tratar de mirarte al espejo.
no, a ver. De hecho, ahí tengo la polera. Ahora que estoy dando cuenta, iba a salir sin polera. Iba a salir a pata pelada.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man.
No, pues.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft
Apenas
cover.
disciernes la vaga silueta de un hombre.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror,
Joder, no puedo seguir hablando solo, tengo que apretarle.
you clearly have not thought this through.
Pero si es una decisión, pues teníais 3
And you
opciones.
will never unbecome it.
Todos son decisiones. Vale, verga.
Mi jeta.
La cara.
La cara.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
¿Tendrá es una expresión de dolor o no?
Es una expresión de dolor.
Ese rostro de alcohólico pasa a terminar. ¿No te deja bajar más? ¿O son 3 opciones?
Son 3 opciones, no. Me encanta.
Está claro que soy una superestrella.
There's clearly a mortise on your face.
Joder.
Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
Se parece a mi profesor de matemáticas del colegio. Joder.
Comunista.
Please stop.
Tenía la nariz así de
It's
roja, ¿o no?
horrible. You're
A veces
scaring
llegaba
yourself.
bebido. No menos.
Guau.
No menos.
Nice. Y ahí enseñaba mejor, ¿o no?
It's like
Sí.
it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your
No, la misma
and
wea.
now it won't
La
cover
lo
up.
Por
mismo
favor,
estaba
para, es
averiguando.
horrible.
What does it even mean?
Ay, joder.
What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Súper estrellado.
Es una mueca de dolor, dice.
Oh.
Please promise yourself you are not going to try.
Mi
or
cara de
attempt
Don
to
Juan.
whatever happens.
Mm.
Mm.
Ay, a mí nadie me dice lo que tengo que hacer.
Lo prometo, mentira. Mm.
You liar. You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Go ahead. Try something.
¿Te das cuenta que estaba hablando con el espejo?
Yo estoy hablando conmigo mismo.
Imposible. No puede detener la expresión. Nice.
No. Electroquímica muy baja. Las dos tienen así muy baja. Pero espérate, ¿qué se refiere a eso?
Bueno, muy pega.
Sí, pues si puse que era un bruto.
¿El bruto?
El bruto.
Al
Ese
gacha.
juego, el bruto, se
Like
jugaba
an image
solo.
on
Se
film,
jugaba solo. Sí.
the
Solo
expression
para.
Ah, pero te pusiste constitución y motricidad. Ya.
No, no, pues si puse lo que era de bruto.
Political miracle for you to cease producing it.
Obviamente no va a poder si es 3%, o sea, nada. O sea, ahí está mi corbata. Listo. Está listo, está colgado. Simplemente tengo que hacerla. Tengo que subirme.
Sí, listo. Está todo preparado.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. The
Obviamente.
blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You reach out to grab the tie.
Pero, weón,
What's this? Diffuse radiating chest pain.
¿Falló?
Doom.
un 92%. Un 92%.
Recuerdos del XCOM.
This is
Joder.
feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you from moving. For
Oh,
quite a
no.
long time. Still ongoing. Now is a good time to start worrying.
Te
Creo
dejó
que-
cuaque el no poder
Pressure
agarrarla.
recedes. You find yourself covered in cold
Oye,
sweat,
pero tienes
trying
como
not
5
to
de
move.
HP. ¿Qué onda tu mono?
Keep you
Ah, es
from
que lo
Mm.
remaxeaste con la constitución.
Pero si el mono era así.
El bruto.
Terrible mistake. Turn the lights off.
Ay, verdad que me duele la cabeza, weón.
Practically feel the photons burning a hole in
Me
your
duele
brain.
la cabeza,
It's just a
weón.
little hangover induced photosensitivity. Don't overreact.
Te
The
está hablando el
lights
ventilador.
are off.
¿Qué? ¿Le está hablando el
This fan
ventilador?
has two chain pull
Sí.
switches. One ends in a tiny fan.
Pero no
¿Viste
lo
que dice
puedo.
ventilador? Grave
Sí.
error.
A truly horrific.
Este juego tú hablas con las cosas de repente.
Está de la alarma. O sea, perdí mi corbata.
Oye, está bien esquizo el juego. Las voces.
Hay
The window stands
acciones-
broken in its frame.
Hay acciones que las falláis, pero más adelante podéis volver a intentarlas si es que tenéis otros atributos que sean necesarios.
The shards face outward.
Guau.
Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Guau,
A
manso
fine
rol.
web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of
Espera, ¿qué
furniture.
estoy haciendo?
You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe.
Yep.
Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room. A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl.
Enhorabuena, has destrozado la ventana con tu propio zapato.
Esto no.
This
La
fan
mansa
is
quest. Encuentra tu zapato.
No sé cuánto. Llevo como 15 minutos dentro del juego para poder solamente arreglar. Y todavía no salgo.
¿Y no pudiste recoger tu corbata?
No.
Imposible.
Soy como el merluzo.
Usar corbata que es retro.
Claro. Una platita, me robé.
Una moneda.
A buscar el zapato.
¿Por
Mi
qué el
primera.
juego del Night se ve mejor que el mío?
¿Qué querés que te diga?
There they both are. Two
Tengo más
identical
FPS que el
shoes,
Night C.
both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Juntos una vez más en tus pies.
Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Pero yo no estoy de la Darwin por la brisa de aquí.
Te recuperaste, estás
Pero
como
me
lechuga.
me provoca náusea.
Hello, officer.
Agente.
Olor a Valpo.
¿Podría ir
Uy,
por,
las minitas, güey, las mini.
¿podría ir por el zapato? O sea, por la corbata.
This fan has two chambers.
Malditas.
No sé nada, yo creo que te falta
Me falta calle.
subir de level.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks.
Uy, suerte hablando
She
con
can't
esta
be
chica.
more than 28.
Uy, está como pa' mí.
No. Because you're a police officer, sir.
Creo que tu personaje está un poquito hueco.
I'm not.
Oye, aguanta la voz de la
Unless
tipa
you've been
esa.
shitting us all this time. You've been here for 3 days on official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Wow. 8%, que lacra.
Don't be so
Parece que no va a
harsh on
haber
yourself.
delicioso.
They let almost anyone be a police officer. Could it be because of the drinking?
Te dijo lacra. ¿Qué onda?
Mm.
Te dijo aceptan a cualquiera.
She hasn't had time to put her makeup on. This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired. her beauty waning faster.
Of course. Be careful, officer.
Si fuese por lo menos así 45, 40 me la jugaría, pero...
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you said the words a million times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Yes. There was the usual ruckus.
¿Dónde
Loud
estoy?
disco music.
¿Quién soy? ¿Dónde estoy?
¿Cómo
I
llegué? ¿Cómo?
couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here. Oh, yes.
Ya,
Various
yo
artists,
voy a contar, te deseo
often
suerte en
choose
esa en tu aventura.
orchestration prime among them.
Que estén bien, buenas noches, descansa.
Chao, chao.
Oh, were
Ciao.
huge where I
Ciao.
come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace. A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it. Yes, there was a church in there, a really small church, like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also, that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. Then you started screaming and trashed the place. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Me enorgullece escucharlo. Hijo de puta.
I think you screamed that you
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest and then just skim the surface, prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice. Right. And the interviews? Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
What a shame. Get to it now. Rip
Hola
that
a
body
los
down
gamers
from the
de
tree.
Chile
Hola.
Aló.
Hola.
y asociados.
Hola.
Hola a los gamers de Chile y hola Black y Fede.
After it's been up in the tree for that long, any kind of ripping is inadvisable.
Delicate goods, filled with stinking horrors.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
Video.
You mean you don't have a badge? Oh, well. If you didn't have your badge, then that would be very bad.
Buena.
You would need to report it
Buena.
on my shortwave.
Hola.
Since you do have it,
Hola.
we can go straight to the task at hand.
Hola.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Oye, ¿te dando un jueguito? ¿Qué onda?
Ya.
Sí, el jefe.
Wait, who's
Psychonaut
Sweetie?
Living Dogs? Oye, Sleeping Dogs. Igual, sí.
Tan brígidos los
All
juegos.
around you,
Tan
rain
buenos.
falls
Ando en
on the
mi,
great
ando en mi
city
misión de
of
jugar
Riverside.
los Armored Core,
Rain
así
drips
que...
from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair. Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver, and the city shivers with you. You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an overcoat or a patrol cloak. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets
Razón.
still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks. Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez. With its
Oye, Harry, ¿cómo
motorboats
estuvo
and
en tu
gently
primera?
swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble
Está
on an
mute.
inlet
Ah, está
beyond
mute.
the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Me decía que comieron completo, jugaron uni
Your hair is
y
an
tiraron
oily
caca.
mess flecked with ash from naval
Ah,
coal
todo bueno
plants.
entonces.
Smokestacks
Todo
rise
bueno,
somewhere
me lo
in the
perdí.
distance.
¿Alguien dijo caca? ¿Alguien dijo caca?
Con
Estaba
There's a
preguntando cómo
fleet
estuvo
on the corner.
Dota el meta.
A plastic
Oh,
coat
bueno.
is folded into a
Eso no,
flimsy
no fue
Bien.
muy... Tuvo un buen rato, pero estuvo bueno.
¿Quiénes fueron al final?
The strike
Yo y el
force
Vice, ¿no?
gathered.
yo no puedo, me hicieron la imbloqueable.
Bueno, cuando vienen menos comemos más. Esa es como mi mentalidad.
Sí, me alegra por ustedes, vi que quedaron bastante satisfechos.
Comimos
Guatones
completo,
culiados.
pay de limón.
No, no.
El país que no llevó el
No me
small.
digas
The
eso.
great
Hubieran
gates
sido
of
dos
the
pais de
industrial
limón,
harbor
qué
are
feo.
locked. A chill runs down your back.
No le
Ah,
digan
sí.
al Emol que había pay de limón, se nos va a deprimir.
Water from its hide.
Díganle entonces. No, yo tenía un
You
compromiso
shudder,
desde,
looking down at your feet.
fechado desde como
Dirty
zombie,
rainwater runs veins
Ah.
into the
así
plaza's
que no
snow.
podía.
2 green snakeskin shoes stand at attention
Pero bueno.
on the mosaic paving of the plaza. A traffic jam, rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock. Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home.
Joder.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit.
Tantarán,
Precinct 41
tantarán,
hunches in
tantarán,
the rain.
tantarán.
It's the only home you have now, but you can't go back. Not like this. Your vision
Lo que está
blurs.
buscando
You
el
wipe your
tema del
face with your
proceso
hand. The rain stings your eyes,
del-
¿Cuál,
making
del
you look
Buster
up
Bubble?
and blink.
Sí, y no le
Coalition
encontraba.
hero
Lo tiene
statics
Alfredo.
hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there,
Más si
where
querés te lo,
rain forms,
más si querés te lo paso.
rotors flutter silently.
Oh, ya.
Your
Lo
sight
estaba buscando y
clears.
no lo encontraba.
Más siempre que lo pido, el Alfredo me lo manda.
Old
como
sewer
el-
systems
Como 2 horas
flooded
buscando
with
el tema.
rainwater.
Mm,
Hidden
Y no lo
weapon
encontré.
caches from the revolution. Doors leading down to Leroyam. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get a raincoat. There's a freight to the east. They sell them there.
Ese que no me lo mandó. Lo mandó por. En el Discord. Pero no lo pillo acá. Ah, no, aquí está.
pendejo de mierda.
Kuno's got this.
Ahí está en Catbox.
Si no se pierde.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous.
Listo.
You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
Se baja este
I mean
video.
drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Que lo estuve buscando tanto. y No lo pillaba.
Pero
Kuno's riding
es que una vez lo pillamos con el Alfredo y el Alfredo lo guardó.
Oh, genio.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno! The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno is not a gardener.
Goddamn right he's not a gardener. He's an athlete. Every rock connects, making the battered corpse look just a little bit worse for wear.
Casi.
What? You wanna fuck Kuno now?
Es que esa pausa
That's it.
culiada que
That's
tiene
all
el
you've
tema
got?
es muy buena.
No!
Yeah, so
Got your
what
ass
the
handed to you by the Kuno. Who's the man now, huh? Kuno's the man? You wouldn't believe the pussy Kuno tears up. What was that, Kuno? Nothing, see, nothing. Just slicing some bacon. The fuck are you talking about?
What?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Mierda. Una estupa. Qué chucha.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Nace jugando disco
Right, pig.
Elysium.
This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want
¿Ya
with
te
it?
volviste comunista?
Estoy recién empezando.
Pero un inicio comunista.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload, pig. What's your question? Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He could have just said he doesn't know.
Yeah, it's fucking okay. Gotta have a gimp for rock practice. Don't ask the pigs for permission, Kuno. Don't ask the pigs for shit. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno. Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke him if that's what you mean. You're testing Kuno's patience here. Get lost, Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever.
No.
Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't fucking care. Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life. What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig? I come from the woods, Guttavitu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen. Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Segundo. Gatos. Entre el otro Reyu.
Ya me voy a ir a acostar. Hablamos mañana. Chu, chu.
Listo.
Buenas noches.
Chao.
Estaba aquí hace poco.
Oh, Lijaro.
¿Mm?
Mira, mira, mira.
O sea, vi algo que salió del Pricone, pero no sé qué es.
No, no, no es pericone, no es pericone.
¿La escudita?
Ahí acá se triángulo.
Ay, joder, weón. Ah, la Susu. Se ve bien cochina, weón. Bueno, siempre ha sido cochina.
Siempre fue cochino. Me salió un trailer.
Oh, lo veo al toque, weón. Estoy
Ahí lo dejé
jugando
en Game
Senos.
Center.
Sí, sí, lo acabo de ver.
Igual se ve bien.
Eso no.
Volví.
corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard.
Pego nada, man.
What do you think you
Ta,
are?
ta, ta,
A super
tan.
detective?
Uy, no, weón.
You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
Así que podía reintentarlo. Por eso lo puse. Quizás más adelante.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Pensé que le iba a correr.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Ya, cabrón, yo estoy quedando dormido casi parado, así que me voy a acostar. Buenas noches, chao,
No,
chao.
no, yo tengo toda la noche, dijo yo.
Oye.
Yo escuché que uno dijo, yo tengo toda la noche aquí. Yo.
Mañana, nice, mañana. Mañana sí. Dice que dormir a la tarde, pero bueno, ya. Ahí hablamos, chao.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Hijo de pipa.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Buena.
Hola, Axel. ¿En 4 minutos? Después de que se reinició el server.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. It's certainly an impressive achievement of engineering. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
Me dio flojera entrar después.
Ahí te gancho.
I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it, well, it doesn't seem too dangerous.
Gacha.
Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
¿Esto se refiere al Alfredo con que me iba a morir? Se me hizo.
No, no.
El daño nivel 3 está, pero...
Still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here.
Bueno, pero... Joder. En mi mente yo pensaba que el tipo se iba a agarrar del bordecito y se iba a dejar, pero...
Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eaten them all up.
No saltar directamente.
You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Uff.
Joder, weón.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distrust and outright hatred.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism.
Perdí, así como...
Resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. It's because...
Yo te había dicho una vez que hacía stream antes, pero...
said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer.
Ahora ya no he hecho tanto.
Because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Mac Torson.
O sea, también elegí la opción de como...
Merely saying, whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all.
Y puedo partir por lo menos desde aquí ya, sí, o no. Entonces... Una botella.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet.
Qué grande. Qué grande.
Maybe later. What is this? Casual Friday? What's with the lackadaisical laxman attitude? You used to be passionate about getting your
Oye, ¿qué onda eso de que
Show
te
me you're
tuitearon?
still young.
¿De qué qué?
What happened, man?
De que
You
un japo
used
te
to be
mencionó.
cool. Go get
Ah,
your
no, es que hay un... Creo que fue
It
desde
could go well with those cigarettes.
desde esa exhibición del Red
Great
Blade
combination.
que un japo me empezó a seguir.
Espérate, pégate un lingonazo.
Que
¿Qué onda?
Es muy fan, así como que ganó algo, lo celebra, así que pone así como Berry jugó súper bien, así. Y todo en japo, así me da mucha risa.
Tenía un
Igual
sim
bueno.
Berries.
japo.
Sí, Berry's fan. Pone así como, oye, juego con él, no tengo que ver el bot, así.
Omega
Y ahora, lo último que puse así como, parece que sabe usar ahí, tengo que verlo, esos bots. Me cae
A
bien.
colourful
me cae
piece of
bien.
plastic is
Es
dangling
fan.
from his carabiner. Makes your
Definitivamente
fingers
un fan.
itch. On the
Definitivamente un
counter,
fan.
rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John.
Está el otro tipo al lado mío, o sea, ¿cómo voy a robarle a alguien, weón? Así. Me voy a meter 3 cuartos de verga así. Ni que fuese el jefe, weón, para estar haciendo eso cuando está al lado mío. Así. Y siempre hace eso, que le están robando y, y mira para el lado y él ya está robándole.
Me pregunto si el jefe robará en este juego, o habrá robado en este juego en realidad.
El jefe yo cacho que lo hubiese hecho con el tipo al lado, lo hubiese tratado de robar.
Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover.
O sea, me aventaste todavía de la Darwin con el...
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
O sea, tuve suerte en antes.
Because it's nice and orderly, it's nothing.
Tuve mala suerte, tuve buena suerte en antes. Weón.
Muy bien.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. The corpse looks at you with bulging. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up of his own. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno! Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Looks like it's time.
She means it. The fear is real.
I'm going away.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Murder was the case they gave me.
Kuno's.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno. Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
¿Qué sale eso así como...?
Fuck that, Kuno. Yeah, right in the mouthhole.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
Supongo que el filtro.
Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Goddamn right he's not a gardener. He's an athlete. Every rock connects, making the battered corpse look just...
Alright,
Entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Shitload pig. What's your question? Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp.
He could have just said he doesn't know.
Kuno knows shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking
Casuita.
Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind, lazy dinks. No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climb the ladder up to your magic treehouse.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic treehouse. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's Kuno, pig.
Kuno. Primal.
Estuvo bueno.
Violent.
Estuvo bueno.
The fuck are you calling
Oye,
a
Killer.
dead person? Kuno's the fucking
¿Cachai que
first
completé el
person?
capítulo 13 del Nick y ya está redetonada la historia?
Oh, es que es palpico.
Sí, como que, bueno, como que te tiran todo, así estaba muy bacán.
Sí, no, sí, yo estaba igual cuando lo terminé.
Y y ponían como de estas como
Everyone can hear. You
como
need to get the
pantallas
hell
como
out of
con
here
light
before-
2D, así como únicas, ponían caletas así. Hubieron como
Sí.
como
Get out of
4
here
o
before
5
the
así.
Kuno beats the
Sí, hay
shit out
caleta.
of you.
Todo cool.
Right, drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy.
Cuando el Chatterbox sale volando. Sí.
Sí.
Got bugged by the Kuno.
No, es
We
palpico.
alright?
Sí. Aguante la Anison, lo más grande.
¿Sí o no?
Yes.
¿Y avanzaste el siguiente capítulo?
Sí, llegué como hasta el
What do you want to know?
como hasta el 14.6 creo, o 14.9.
Ah, ya,
no
pero
sé.
hiciste como el
sí.
3 que te mandan de vuelta, pues, como para
Sí,
continuar
el
la
que,
historia.
el que te mandan de vuelta, sí. La cosa es que quedé como en uno en el que pedían como 56 lucas para poder seguir. Y ahí lo
Sí, se
dejé.
ve con un salto más o menos.
Mm.
O sea, yo igual seguí ahí.
Y desbloqueé la última simulación, pero pide 70 lucas, pues, qué chucha.
Está estúpida. Está estúpida.
Sí.
Yo ni siquiera lo he intentado.
No, ni
Nada,
cagando.
así, ni siquiera le he tocado.
I'm afraid
Yo
you
creo que lo voy a
and I
intentar
are
cuando tenga
pawns
así
in
como
a
60 bases.
pissing
en bola.
competition.
Sí, más o menos.
You don't know.
Y sacando
I assumed you were in on
unos
it.
buffos de antes, así. No, pero es mucho.
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time.
Lo que
on
tengo
it.
que hacer ahora
If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
El sector nuevo
Was
que
there
desbloqueé.
anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good.
No está difícil.
No,
Sí,
me
¿cuánto
imagino.
tení?
Tengo como 52 lucas.
There he still
Ah,
is,
sí podía
looking right through you with his white eyes. The
Ah, igual
body
que
below
en
is in
53, pero...
No, pero es posible eso.
Sí, se puede.
An inconspicuous pie.
Ah, eso de ahí no.
Ay, me colé a tu unión.
¿En serio?
Sí, alcancé a pillar como... Es que me habían echado de la otra. Porque...
¿Y por qué?
Es que... En ese como rato en el que el Nick andaba corriendo como el hoyo, no jugué nada.
Ah, ya.
Entonces me echaron por inactividad.
Puta,
Porque
mi unión como que no
literal...
tienen Discord ni una wea, pero el weón así como que ve a alguien que no se conecta como en 4 o 5 días, lo echa.
Sí, a mí me hicieron eso,
All
porque no me
around you,
conecté como por
rain
2
falls, the spring
a
thought
3 días
looking
y
up
me
at the
echaron.
sky. Cold water dripping from
Es que
your
no,
grey
es que está
scarf, your shirt.
injugable.
Esto fue lo que hice antes.
Sheets of the
Sí,
urban
no, sí,
coastline,
igual lo pasaba
cold
mal,
city,
así no
the
es de-
skyscrapers of La Delta.
Pero como lo
the
hacía durante
financial
la
district
práctica,
you're
tenía
here.
todo el tiempo el
There's
mundo.
a fleet of the
Claro, y
great
lo hacéis desde el
gates
cero,
of the
pues, ¿no?
industrial heart. You
No,
shoot
del
two
PC.
green, a traffic jet, the road, a river shop. It's
No, sí,
home.
pues ahí teníais todo el tiempo para hacerlo.
Have a brother in the cut.
No, a mí me da lata.
Well,
Como que
the
por...
Huda.
No, sí, igual era paja.
Como que con el simple
In
hecho
the
de
road,
como
it's the
subir de
only
level
hope. Your
a mis
vision
monas,
blurs.
como que me
You
demoraba como 10
capes up,
minutos. Y como
always
que
clip a
chucha.
yard. Coalition era collapsed.
Cambiarle el equipo
This
así,
rain will
bueno,
not
Cambiarle el
let up anytime
equipo
soon.
uno a uno.
You
Oh,
should get a
no,
rain
qué
coat.
horrible.
There's a freight to the east. They sell
menos
them
mal
there.
que solucionaron eso y se demoraron un poco igual.
Sí.
Sí, fue como una semana, ¿no?
¿Mm?
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet.
¿Y hay jugado el evento?
Sí, lo completé. Estoy esperando a que saquen las misiones difíciles.
¿Qué te pareció la historia?
Puta, estuvo bueno. La parte final
Estaba
igual.
buena, estaba buena.
Sí.
La del evento anterior estuvo como ahí nomás, pero esta estaba buena.
Sí, estuvo buena. Igual
Piensa-
penita.
Ah, pero no tengo ni plata aún.
La historia, pero estuvo
Sí,
bueno.
pero estaba bacán.
No tengo nada, estoy así ultra pobre.
Dale.
Aguante.
Welcome to Frick.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Okay.
Es que
I'm
el
not
final,
really
¿no?
supposed to be
Es
chatting to
palpico.
anyone,
Sí, es
but
palpico.
Cuando
¿Qué?
estaba con
Pero igual la solución al final es que pongan clima
I
nevado
don't
nomás y
really
listo,
know
se
anything.
soluciona todo.
I
Sí,
mean,
vos.
I know it's there, but
Pero
I haven't
es muy
seen it,
caro.
so
Sí, va muy caro.
not really.
No, pero estaba bacán
no,
el evento.
I didn't know him
Estaba
at
bueno.
all. I
Lo que
don't
me
know
apaja el evento,
really
hacer el minijuego.
No, yo lo que hago
I
como que
don't
saco
know.
letra S y después lo dejo botado nomás, que saca
No
el
need to
sí.
worry. It's just standard procedure
De hecho,
for
yo
us
me
to
di
ask
la paja de
around.
sacar los 20
If you hear
puntos.
anything, let us know, okay?
Sí, no, yo igual como que lo hice una vez y
Ok.
después nada.
Es peludo el sacar
Ajá.
los 20.000 puntos.
Igual con el autoclick del
The
LD
tear
Player igual
machine
se puede,
stands in the
pero tenéis que
corner.
estar como atento
A
igual.
sign says 1 bottle equals 10
Man, yo en
cents.
el.
Oh, that's the tear machine.
En la weá para el mouse tenía un macro de click. po,
Mm.
weón.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign
Y ni con el macro me daba.
En el LD Player ya había como un atajo
El tipo dijo que había una cosa aquí.
de macheo y podéis como elegir como cuántos clics por segundo.
Ya, no, yo con el macro de click que tengo,
What did he just
sacaba como
call you?
12.500.
Oh no,
Y después al
not
final lo que
this
hice
again.
puse
You just got away from that
3
fucking
botones
kid.
como en el otro lado de los Porque tenía
They're kind of a worm.
con el macro de
Content
clic
with mere
marchaba
survival.
el lado de los
They
pegados.
claim they want to do our job
Entonces
for
se toca el
shittier
botón en
pay,
el otro.
screwing over both themselves
Entonces
and
cuando
us.
sacaba Burst tenía el macro de clic y empezaba a machar los 3 botones.
Gotta be bloody stupid.
Y con
freaking
eso saqué
evil
los
to
20.000.
Or I guess
Pero
scared,
fue una
maybe.
paja.
But scared of what? Of
poquito
who?
ese.
Personally, I'd rather
Estaba
beg
con
than
macro y
scam.
más macheo.
If the
así.
gentleman shouting on the street came begging,
Todos
maybe
los
they'd have
macros que
gotten
existen.
something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go
Ya,
home
¿y
if the
eso
big
te
guy
ve?
wasn't riling them up all the time.
Sí, pero como que me mantengo como en el puesto 10, como de mi cosito. como
Por acá tendría que tener una entrada a ese lado donde...
Oye,
Yo no sé
caché.
cómo chucha me mantengo en el top 2. Es que como que todos los demás buenos son mucho más bajos.
No, yo tengo gente alta en el mío, tengo como gente como con 55.000 o más, así.
No, el primero de mis weas está como en 60.
¿Baja? Ahí está. ¿Pero baja?
Estoy yo en 50.000 y el siguiente está como en 40.000. Entonces tengo asegurado top 2.
Sí, vos tenés
Lo bueno es que la diferencia que te dan es muy nada.
Uy, ¿hay plata?
Hay una cuestión que caché que tenéis que no sé cómo sacar los marcos del icono del usuario.
Ah, mira,
Tenéis como un marquito con una cosita.
te lo muestro,
Y
te
yo-
lo muestro. Tiro.
Y como no lo tengo, me da envidia.
Mira, ¿termina mi stream?
Sí.
Ya. Fíjate esto. Este ranking de acá.
Ya.
Fíjate que tengo este camello culiado que está primero en todo.
Sí.
Si tú quieres como top 1, 2, 3, cuando se alcanza
It looks as if
una de
it's
estas
being
metas,
reassembled piece by piece.
que es
Secure
como
a silver
6.000
plaque
puntos
on the
misiles,
statue's
3.000 puntos
pedestal
misiles,
reads,
10.000
I am
puntos
Philip
misiles.
III,
Y
the
esta wea
Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol,
se cuenta para
son of Philip
lo de estos.
the second, the opulent,
¿Y cómo sacáis
father
puntos,
of Philip
puntos
the
haciendo la
fourth,
torre?
the insane.
Estos son.
As you look up,
Estos de
you
abajo son
notice
pues
something about the
de
statue.
manufactura.
There are some
Sí.
odd
Esto
indentations on the
es
king's chest piece.
la general.
La torre general, ya.
Something with
Esto
great
es mejora de
kinetic energy
personajes
seems to have
de
impacted
cada
the
industria.
cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet.
Y
Okay,
este Hermo.
I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
Ah, es como que tan lejos ha llegado
Well,
Harmon.
Martinez is riddled
Y
with bullet
como-
holes.
claro, y
This place saw a lot of
como-
action during the
Pero es
revolution.
como
Este es el
But the
camello.
statue
Este
is
weón es el camello
recently
que
renovated,
está
so
topón en
maybe a
PvP.
joke,
Y estos
target
weones son los que
practice,
yo me
or a
atiendo.
political statement.
Estos 3 de abajo. Bueno, todos estos de abajo, cuatro. Entonces
Parece
yo
como
tengo
de un-
asegurado, tengo
parece como
asegurado
de
como
un-
segundo en todo.
Es como de un grupo eso.
Exactam- Sí, po.
Why
No
not?
es como el global.
What this shows us is
Claro,
guns
un grupo.
aren't too
Excepto en
uncommon
Pilgrim,
here,
que aquí estoy
and
en la
people
caga.
still shoot them,
Ya,
sometimes at Kings.
entiendo.
The
Entonces
king
de acá
stands
yo he
high
estado
above
sacando
you,
esto.
surveying the bay.
De hecho para este me falta un segundo lugar. Tengo uno nomás de primer lugar. Igual si te fijáis. No
The
sé,
small, wrinkled woman does not greet you.
esto.
She nods along to something on her radio. A
La wea sigue
photograph is
hasta el piso
clutched in her.
150.
No response. Wherever this woman
Pero
is,
estos de
your words
mejoras
fail to reach.
Wait,
siguen hasta
she's just a distracted old
10.000
woman.
puntos, creo que
Better
son
to leave her
18.000.
alone.
78.000 escaletas.
Eso es como mejorarle el poder a una unidad.
A las unidades de. Este es de misiles. Hay Elysium, Tetra,
Dale.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Entonces así funciona.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause.
Ay, no te había contado que me
Stripes
salió la...
usually have problems with people
Hace
who
rato
have
igual,
causes.
como esta semana, me salió la AdMe. Entonces tengo tengo ese team completo, uno de los teams que recomiendan en ese documento Excel.
El Admin Scarlet.
Right to work.
Tengo
Besides, we're not that different.
el Liter,
It helps if
AdMe,
people see us
Scarlet,
talking,
Privati
cops and
y
strikebreakers together.
Ah,
Shows authorities
ya,
are on
ese
our
es.
side.
Ese es como el
Builds
de
confidence.
recarga infinita, última bala, una cosa así se llama.
Sí.
Me da risa porque
Bueno,
entro en
ahora
bus y
eso de eso de balas infinitas ya no funciona.
Might be
No,
time.
pero igual me da risa
Pero
que...
aún así el team es chano.
Cops tend to side.
No, y en Burst
higher ups.
la
You're
Scarlet que se
essentially
demora
still
caleta en recargar,
workers.
no se demora nada.
I don't trust
Sí.
cops.
Recarga
I can
ultra
still
rápido.
understand that.
No, la
Right
Admin es
to
buena.
work. Right
He
to
sacado-
work.
Bueno, tengo la Liter maxeada.
Sí, lo tenéis con él.
Y de hecho después tiene esta wea que se sube stat, ¿no?
Welcome to Rivachol.
Tengo una Miranda que la uso en
En la
Elysium.
torre.
Don't you
Sí.
welcome to Revachol me.
Que
My
una tiene
grandfather
buenos
came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture,
Cheque la Yuri.
while your ancestors
Es
came to
malitas.
this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city,
Ah, la Yul.
but I love it nonetheless.
La Yul.
It belongs to me
Que igual
as
la-
much
la
as it
uso en-
belongs to you.
La de tetra.
It's men like you who
La
keep
Yulja la
Revachol
tenían como
divided,
bien alto
making it that
en la
much
tier
harder
list
for
china,
everyone
por
to
lo que
climb out
recordaba.
of this
Pero al
post-war
inicio del
limbo.
juego.
Que tiene un bufo bueno.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a
Ah,
lorry
este que sube
driver
ataque.
thing.
Camionero racista.
I know exactly what you meant.
Tiene esta wea.
You think my kind doesn't belong here,
Pero tiene
that I
que
should
estar en
watch
carne
myself and behave.
para que pegue
But you
caleta.
see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually
No, sí,
my
en
job to
general
make
igual
sure
es buena.
you behave. I would
Buen
advise you
bufo de
to remember
ataque.
that.
Cuando en
Silence.
30 segundos.
The air between them becomes your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Cogerte daño. Se sube crítico. Pega a todos los enemigos. Tiene AOE. Es bien decente.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Ah, y el otro, pues de que estaba como en 53.200.
Oh,
No,
not
no.
much anymore. I'm here to pick up some
Y
cargo, but
hoy día,
the
de
dock
hecho,
workers are on strike, so
Pasó, ¿qué pasó?
it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
Oye, la Patra está jugando el Armored Core 3, weón. Ya va el 3, joder.
Sí, se está preparando.
Sí.
¿En serio? Ah, pero
Sí.
¿desde cuál empezó?
Desde el 1, pues, weón. Empezó cuando anunciaron el 6.
Oh, they've been at it
Pero
for a while.
jugó
A
la
month, 2
expansión.
months maybe.
Jugó todo, weón.
But this
Estaba pero
here is
detonada,
just
así
the
jugando
last
todo.
week or so.
Jugó el 1, Project Fantasma, Master of Arena.
Apples.
Todas las weas.
Después los 3 del 2 y el 3.
Dice ahora van el 3.
Fine.
Oh.
He's given you the
Yo voy en
runaround.
el
Let's be
segundo
honest, you
de la
were best.
trilogía del 1.
Estaba leyendo que la Loki igual había jugado el 1 antes.
Yo también, cuando chico.
Una 13-14.
Y puta, pasé el muro del 140, la subí a 145 y subí a 53.000 a 56.000.
The RCM
así,
in
una-
Martinez.
Puro guate.
What can I help
Ah,
you
¿con
with?
qué cosa hiciste eso? Con el...
Of
Con
course.
la...
What can I help
Con
you
el
with?
sincro.
Ah, con el sincro. Ya.
Es que estaba,
Of course.
estaba atascado en
Where
140.
to?
po.
Ah, y rompiste el límite.
What
Sí,
do
po.
you mean?
Están en el nivel
Y de ahí
5.
subí a 145
We're in
al tiro.
Martinez, sir. This intersection is called Roundabout North, I
Qué
think.
brígido, weón.
La colonia 9 es la
5
colonia de la
niveles.
Volvengo.
No
Caleta.
problem.
She's
Ahora
very
puedo seguir
well
avanzando
composed.
la campaña.
Back straight.
No, a mí me falta, yo quedé
Me?
como...
I am
yo
just
como-
a gardener.
Mañana,
yo
sí.
estoy
She
como
hides it well, but
con
behind the
todas
sweat and dirt there is
en
something
138 y algunas
in
como
her
sobre
rigid
140 y
posture.
algo.
Ya.
Pero para el sincro, para 140 igual. me
I am
falta un
working.
poquito. Tengo los cores,
I have a
pero me
greenhouse
falta
in the
plata,
yard there.
porque ando sin moneda.
I've been trying to get some work done.
Yo
Well,
estoy
as you
sobrado de plata,
probably know,
pero me falta
there's a corpse
core en
hanging
ese
from a
momento.
tree there.
Bueno, me falta experiencia.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Thank you.
Igual se me va a
Salts?
acabar la plata. ¿no?
Ammonium salts. Perhaps useful for later.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure. Keep them. I have another
De
pair.
hecho, acá en adelante no tengo para
Really?
core.
None. Maybe just
hasta
a
160
tiny
creo.
bit of annoyance.
Ah, no, pues porque llega ya al tope.
O sea, sí, vos, pero la única que puedo pasar de 160 es la lita.
Claro, sí, por la lista.
Y en 160 te piden 70 cores. Digo, 7000. Y después en 180 son 8000 cores. Entonces como que ahí no tengo apuros para sacar los cores.
Sí, no, ahí tenéis tiempo para farmear.
Sí, ahí con lo que voy sacando
This trash container is locked.
naturalmente.
The sliding lid has a
es
padlock
suficiente.
that says, whirling in rags.
Pero
There he
140
still
me
is,
mandó un fair play
looking
de cores.
right through you.
Brígido. Gastando gemas, comprando cores.
Ah, 2000 nivel 22, bueno.
Un tipo de adentro, no tenía eso.
This
Bueno, con el evento, las
Postnovantonier
misiones
melt
hard,
Segundo.
para poder
has
Voy a
been
buscar café.
vandalized
Yo tengo.
with graffito.
No, ahí sí
A
se
closer
nota.
inspection reveals
Ustedes
two
sacáis
bullet
de a
holes
4
in the
cajas de
front.
cores. Sacáis 40, 41 cores de cada caja. Son 800 cores diarios de puras cajas. Cajas del evento, ¿no?
Igual, esqueleta. Yo revisé como las tablas de posiciones de la cosita de los marcos. Y como que la más posible que tengo es la de mejorar a la Pilgrim, que es la Scarlet, o de las misiones Hard. Así que de hecho que voy a camellarme las misiones Hard si es que puedo avanzar
Para
un poco.
sacarlo.
Sí, para sacar el marco.
Sí. Yo tengo cueva aquí en mi.
Ah, ya
En
entendí.
mi
cómo
grupo estoy
funciona
como
esta-
segundo en todo.
Sí, tu grupo igual no está tan brígido.
Sí me salió violita. Igual el que está primero, la otra vez me agregó de amigo. Y él me agregó así. Fue como, ya bueno. Tengo al camello así.
Tenía el camello.
No, pero se nota que ese weón le mete plata. Si el weón está así como mucho más alto que yo desde día 2. Una wea así. Sí, cuando lo veo en la arena, el weón está como en 64 lucas, una cosa. Lo
Sí,
bueno de la
imagino
arena es que lo podéis comprar estos materiales del evento para subir las skills que son más escasos que la chucha.
Ah, los amarillitos.
Sí, pues, los que son de elemento.
De elementos, sí.
Que puta sacáis como 3 diarios en la simulación, pues es un moco. Y acá
Igual.
compráis de. Al menos a mí me salen de 25 en la tienda.
Igual me gustaría que vendieran de los azules.
Sí, estaría bueno.
Ya. Cafecito.
Pero igual está bien que vendan de los elementos, si se saca.
A faint sticker on the side reads RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102 with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
Los metal, los amarillos y los de agua.
Yo de agua y eléctrico. Para la Scarlet del eléctrico.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the crew, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Pero metal tengo 3.
The mailbox does not know how to man up. It is an inanimate object.
Ese ruido tan...
Era la de la tienda, la que te vende. Era esa la
Senti.
La Senti es Team Full Metal.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Hay una cuestión que me da mucha risa del evento navideño, el traje de la Elysium, muy chistoso.
Sí.
Y lo que me da risa es que tiene esos lentes de alienígena, que me dan mucha risa.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
Los lentes de ailemado, eso me da mucha risa.
De hecho, me acuerdo de la imagen que ponen de la Arona del Bloaca.
Sí, con esos lentes.
Son los mismos lentes.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Estas cajitas del minijuego dan caleta de cosas.
No, y te pueden dar cristales. Gemas, igual está bueno.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future. as a young girl should be.
Hmm.
With the proper.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go. Get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved. The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High-Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie. High-Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. I would say, The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to inauthentic power.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people.
No tengo plata, soy terrible pobre, hermano. ¿Dónde compro una bolsa? Para acá. Así paso por donde no está la cara chica y le pego al...
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back.
Pig's come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. No. Trying to sneak up on me again. Trying to snuff.
¿Un gorrito? Buena choro.
A young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare.
Apologies, but this is my last one.
The god himself has denied you absolution.
La anciana.
Absolution? I don't know that brand, but I'm pretty sure you can get Astras at the Frit. I'm not sure that's a good idea. As you wish.
No le ha hecho un tele. Oh, Yulja,
There won't
culiao,
be
nunca le
the
ha
next
hecho un-
time. I really need to get going.
Es muy difícil.
Good luck with the investigation.
Un glico que está haciendo una investigación. ¿Ah?
De los advice.
Se está acabando el Flippy Flippy.
El de la Drake. Porque literal como responder lo opuesto. ¿No?
He's gone.
Sí.
Siempre es
Los
como
de la
responder.
N102 también son muy fáciles, man.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
Porque siempre es como,
He could be a witness. We shouldn't
como
rule
se
out
le
the
olvida todo, es
possibility.
como, oh, me
There has
pasó
to be
esto,
a way
alguien
of
me
getting
habló y
inside the
dice que
building.
me conoce, es como,
Once we found a way in, we can ask
Ole.
around for his apartment.
todas las que dicen así como, pero si en verdad lo conocí o como es algo que pasó ayer.
There must be another way into the building.
Claro.
Tienes que decirle o que alguien parecido, pura wea así, pero si le decís que si se lo olvidó, está mal.
Cagaste. Sí.
Pero es muy fácil.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Hey, up here.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Esto me va a subir un poco más el ranking.
I'm glad to see you here.
Llega el piso 90
Like
de
steel,
la torre.
there is strength there. If she
Shatterbox.
wanted, she could sink her nails deep
Oh, yo no
into
puedo
your
pasar
skin.
el 90.
No, lo probé y...
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
Le estaba haciendo buen daño hasta que hizo ese ataque que...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group. Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Supongo que no te has gastado el canje con los tickets dorados.
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice,
no,
I'm a grocery
no.
clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Y demás que cheta.
Sí, no, es que...
And how are the
si es
talks
que
going?
quería...
They're not.
Si es que
That's
quería
the
que me
problem.
saliera
The
alguien,
union stopped all negotiations a week ago after that awful
era la
lynching took
ANE,
place.
pero pero
Wait,
por rol.
she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Y si no me
Now they
salía,
won't
no
even let
recuerdo
me
por
into the
sí,
harbour.
porque se viene la
There's a
modernidad,
2-meter
salía.
20 racist behemoth blocking the
Igual la Ale
gates.
la quería ver diseño nomás.
Sí, a mí igual. Está bonita.
Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. What can I say? The Union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
Ese fue el manso detalle en el evento, cuando está hablando con la mamá, que está
Let's
como
say
Ale.
I was not making the kind of
Cuando se le
progress
olvida
I'd
todo,
hoped
le
for when
cambian
I
el nombre,
first
se le
arrived.
cambian en el 102.
And when did you first arrive?
Oye, ¿verdad que quería comprar esa weá? ¿Es que el otro día lo dejaron? Ah, pero de verdad que me faltaban como 100 puntos, weón.
Ah, lo del
El-
punto de Falabella.
El Cory Mini.
¿No viste esa cuestión? Que había un Jorimini baratito, con puntitos.
Ese caché que estaba baratillo.
Mira, ahí está. Me faltan como 150 puntos a mí. Para comprarlo así, total y free.
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still
Pero...
partially frozen then.
será chico, pero...
I prefer to do these things on site.
Tiene todos los botones que necesitáis.
Pero empeñó.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has been on strike.
Agarrar ese stick.
Ese Jori, no el que tiene el Befen.
Sí, el que tiene el Befen. Con el agarre
Heavens no.
estilo copa
There
de
have
vino.
been
debe
2
ser
prior
como-
strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Buenas noches, Chaito.
Chaito.
She nods.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Ok, como si no.
Lea mucho. Además que tiene buen daño AOE, como el de misiles.
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Of course, Detective. Take care.
Muy duro eso del medio. Sí, matarlo antes.
O matarlos de nuevo. Bien, ya.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41... Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that.
Oh, el
Detective.
temardo.
I have everything. You?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? She went away because none of your business. Extra fine. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job. What are you, crazy? Of course.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard. The prelude said.
No, I didn't.
Con razón me salió familiar.
I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this? Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Escuela detective.
¿En serio?
No, el opening.
He ignores you.
Sí, el opening.
More.
Oye,
Press on.
aguante.
Push through.
Mi infancia.
Sí.
Isn't it a bit too late for that?
Los primeros 5 capítulos que siempre se repetían.
Yo me lo vi entero esa weá.
Pero weón.
Eso lo da el etcétera, pues, weón.
You owe me 130
Pero yo me
real.
acuerdo que eran como la intro y después volvían al inicio siempre.
Yo
Qué
no.
mal.
Es que no tiene tantos capítulos tampoco.
Tiene poco.
Son
One
poquitos.
moment you're running like the wind. Then you've suddenly turned around
Gears
and are
Front,
giving him the finger,
Sí,
furiously,
Gears Front.
with both hands. Why?
Le fue ahí nomás al anime.
El anime.
Sí.
That's true. Yes. And it's worrying.
Pero
But
cuando
let's
saque
not
Nicky
fixate
un
on
anime
it.
o
Look
vuelto
at
loco.
that stupid
Va a ser igual de
bartender
mal.
instead. He has no idea
Lo
what's
va a agarrar
going
un
on.
estudio así
You
malísimo.
and your fuck you fingers floating in the
San
air.
siguen.
Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You showed
Qué
him.
estudio más malo, San siguen.
Watch out!
Ay, qué caso.
Jeje, otra mala acción.
El JC Staff, pero la rama B, así, la de los practicantes.
Los
Everything
practicantes de
goes
Gears están.
dark.
Sí.
Back so soon. Admit it, you just missed the quarter light. The darkness on the edge of town. I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
It doesn't look so, sweetie. Are you okay?
Ah, ya sé cómo va a ser el otro nodo.
No. You have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back.
Sí, es
when
buena
you
la
move.
weá. Si la weá es que tiene que sacar los 5 stacks.
The chair took the brunt of
Sí,
it.
tiene que sacar los 5
Don't worry.
Y ahora los stacks están.
Are you
ahora
sure,
funcionan.
man?
Yes,
Sí.
yes. Check on
Creo que
him.
lo que no funciona todavía
Sir,
es eso de que te
I
da
didn't mean for this to
un
happen.
stack extra.
I'm sorry. This
Así
has
como
always
del
been a
límite.
cop-friendly place.
Ah, sí.
Es que creo que puedes llegar a 6.
The drinks are on the house, okay?
No pego nada,
There
weón.
were a
como-
lot
ese es
of
como
drinks on the
el
tab.
tema.
I still have to charge you for 3 nights
dice
and the
que-
broken
que-
window, though.
que una de las cosas
That's
que dice
100
que-
square.
With your back
Que
against the cold mosaic
sube
floor,
como el
you
límite de
feel the
bufos
pain
de stack
recede.
en uno. Po.
You just
Entonces me
Don't thank
imagino
me
que
yet.
significa que
You still owe me
puedes
100
ponerte un
real.
stack más.
If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't
Ah,
let
pero
you
es
up
el
there.
la... Obvio.
And for God's
Y la
sake,
Pepper creo que
watch
también
out
lo
for
tiene.
yourself.
Ahí no.
Obtuve un descuento por pegarme un verga. Pegarme la chucha.
Where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria
Pero ya
for
sé cómo
only
va a ser
3
de nuevo.
nights. Where were you
Ay,
before?
pues lo empecé,
You had to be
imbécil.
somewhere. In time or space?
Tengo que cambiar a la dólar.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Bueno,
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment
Sacar a
will
la
appear.
dólar y meter a la uni.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
Ahí no hay hecho los sectores, que es lo que hay al final, pues, ¿no? Que es lo que hay en el 13.
No, no lo he hecho todavía.
Es bueno el
I'm
cubo
sorry
que...
if I was being overly
Sí.
familiar.
Sí.
You must forgive me.
Cada
I'm
10
getting
disparos
so scatterbrained.
te...
I'm Lena.
Al
My
menos con la
husband Morel
escopeta,
and I are
cada
staying
10
with our
disparos me
friend
devuelve una
Gary
bala.
just down the street, but I come here for tea
está
when
bueno.
they're away.
No, sí está bien bueno.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire
Se lo
her
puso al
on
tiro
the
la
spot.
Drake.
Sí, está como para...
Está súper útil.
Está como para pasárselo a la Drake, la verdad.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that? What do you mean? He's just on edge because of the lynching. Don't judge him too harshly. Anyway, I'm glad you weren't injured.
Imaginando de afuera. Hoy no, culiao. Está tonto.
Te falta...
Voy a dejar hasta ahí.
Of course,
Ese
dear.
es el-
Good luck with your case.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns and operates the harbor. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
Buena, me explotó bien.
There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Why the yelling, man?
Voy al guess. I guess again. A ver.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer?
No, 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 no.
They got it. Majoret's got it.
Me rindo,
He's
me rendí al
guarding
tiro,
the
así
gate.
que no...
Or
vi
just
nada.
getting some sleep. Or was.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess. He seems like a worthy rival. You should slay him.
Yo creo que ese guess the game está como solo para el que jugó el juego. así.
¿En serio?
That's
Sí,
the name
no,
of
está
my
tipo-
employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment.
For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. We are the workers.
Joder, weón.
The union. We know what we need. What's right for us. Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's... Yeah. What about it?
You know, people die here every day.
Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs.
Creo que yo lo saqué.
If someone has
No,
decided to die on top of a
imposible.
tree, then how is it my concern?
Imposible que esté ahí.
Está peludo, muy peludo.
Detrás del camión.
Oh, I
ahí,
can tell you this.
Sí.
Trouble's
De hecho,
ahead.
creo que lo agarré. porque-
You have a pretty solid
se me
feeling
parece.
that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
Y acá en el auto.
You heard what I
Yo creo
said.
que ahí-
Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Thank God, no.
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No malt grains or whatever, no poetry stuff, just quality time.
Fuck sleep. Despite the headache and the queasiness, you feel like you've got at least a 10-kilometer run in you. The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table. The worker is in a deep slumber.
Puta.
Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook. The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. No, he's looking the other way, perhaps purposefully. The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your actions. He remains silent.
Me acabo de robar algo. Acabo de hacer una táctica de jefe estrefe.
Te volviste ratero.
No te baja la cantidad de banda. Ah, no, estáis con la privada.
Sí, la privada, pero con la ARPI recargo como este
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body
Dame
totally
que es.
betrays his degeneracy.
Es 2, es sniper.
¿De 40 segundos?
De 20.
Oh, está buena.
Sí. No, y en burst.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
Eso sí, yo creo que lo único como malo de este team es que
You reek of it.
si no está en burst,
An invisible sword of Al-Ghul
comí mucha caca.
emerges from your throat.
Como muy
You
castigo
cannot
el
see
cambio.
it, but others can.
Como
It
que
is making the
estar en
woman
burst todo el
in
rato,
my
si no,
company
se ve
sick.
muy poco.
Se
O
nota la
apodos.
diferencia de años.
Sí, se nota mucho.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the am Sandwich Reyes, his brain, begging for help, attempting to pass via for cooperation. How far the Occidental Hablo group has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind you,
Casi, va.
just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave this day of history with dignity. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When your walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. The man looks at you, silent and unmoving. His eyes burrow into the remnants of your soul.
You are not Santiago. Santiago is not you. Even the phrenically impaired can see this.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then, to you, he lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? Those are the Simonese,
Yes.
the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have type A race propensities. The other large mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Seminese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite superrace. That is all. There are no more type A races in the world. Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Khoikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, ashen.
No, la Scarlet pega caleta.
Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb and for eating potato. The Khoiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba. The Vacholians, halfway between type A and the racial cauldron, too mixed to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Al final te leíste lo otro.
Type B are the
Puta, no.
Pinknet, the Koi, the Vacholian Tips, the F are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic mal-adaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
De los que igual desde hace tiempo, que es como
Lesser races like the Mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a Mesk woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is Mesk and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The Mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. That is understandable. Were there more forts in you understand nothing? To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease? Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital, something your race, linguistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
He looks toward the harbor, motionless, the tattoos on his face like a web of stone.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
True, that is a noble cranium, but you got a hard look in yourself.
Y al final le dice así como, no, al final te voy a ir a buscar, nos vemos.
Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. You should enter a deep race slumber. Perhaps if there is nothing funky, I cannot possibly imagine.
Yes?
Ah, esas weas que vuelan. Esos que están atrás pegan caleta, weón.
Sí, pegan caleta. Yo creo que la Drake no me sirve mucho acá.
No, acá no.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings. stickers, insignia. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over. He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crown with wavy
¿Por qué pegan
rays.
tan fuerte esas cagas chicas?
No sé.
Right to work! Back again, eh? Here to show the militia. Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work!
Dice que tengo que pegarle un vergazo al tipo. Listo. Voy a ir a pegarle un vergazo para que me deje de la Darwin.
The unpromising race pupil return.
Success. Success.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent. All you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. He's open. Rip into him. Right hook. Escalate it. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt closer.
Una Tatsumaki. Toma.
The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button. As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new Measurehead now.
No one is the new Measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
is still. It'll take a few moments for him to.
No, y me queda poca vida. No, ¿qué hace?
On second glance, someone has forgotten to
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Couron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurd. You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there? Good. This is probably not relevant to our case anyway.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably, the head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood? Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor. All items on the list have been. The drawer slides.
No.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking toward.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy.
Ah, no me dice. Yeah.
No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. Maybe you call to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone. Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. There is a white rectangle clearly visible on its back. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Frieza. From the sides of his head appear, to your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that? Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
¿Qué?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted, and now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for...
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? There may very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
Container, container, I'll turn ya nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on. Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up. Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school, we did, when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course. Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh yes, I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
El pana.
Sí, ahora está bien pana el Anderson.
O sea, siempre lo fue.
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
58 lucas.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
No le tenía equipo a todas.
Oh, absolutely, mister. What do you want to know?
No, como que voy
Oh,
rotando.
most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
Tanto equipo que...
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so.
Sí. Es que quiero ver hasta cuánto puedo llegar.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everett Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Asesinarlo muere.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. Forget about
Era de
that.
los
What's
que
with
tiran
this
un rayo
Dubois
láser que
stuff?
guanchotea.
You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Igual estáis avanzando caleta. Estáis bajo.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Está bueno.
No, se va a morir la...
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Tuneado 20.000 años.
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Oh, weón, ¿qué onda el multiplicador?
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is. Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
No.
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
Mañana hace domingo.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear.
Acabo de pegar un
Only
ataque
two
por mí.
words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Se puso medio.
Oh God, why didn't you think of this before? Cops have guns. Where's yours?
Se puso harto deep.
It's
Medio
gone.
harto.
Your gun is gone. There's nothing in your pockets.
Are you all right, Harry? You seem anxious.
Algo muy
Don't
maligno.
be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths.
Ningún lugar para dormir acá.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
No, estoy detonando en el Nike.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Joder, comí caca.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Está, weón. Ahí está. ¿Qué es esto, weón?
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time, and I'm an extremely busy man. as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions.
¿Puedo subir de nivel?
Police, it is
Bueno.
about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you.
Hmm?
I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple, and there's nothing shady about it.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
No puedo guardar, joder.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
Cito.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over. Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard? It was a figure of speech, Harry. Of course I don't have a window. I'm in a container. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care.
¿Y cómo lo corro?
You're back before the cargo container. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
No, esto es mío. ¿Pelea, weón?
Not presume this has drastically altered our race
Pero ahora mucho
dynamic.
empecé porque tengo un splitter, po, weón. Me acabo de dar cuenta, weón.
Our personal dynamic has changed.
La Switch en la computadora transmite mi PC. No sé, yo podría haber seguido jugando, pero no. Tengo que parar. Muy divertido.
Le voy a devolver la cosa.
Is in a deep slumber. The man does not mind.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Nada, esto, esta tienda basura, weón.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? You must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything, and now you try to pay with a novelty check? This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept it. You owe me cold, hard money. I want to see that money.
Damn you, Fat Everard. Your novelty check is useless.
You can cash it in at the local frit near the harbor gates, though it might not be enough to cover it.
A lot. For the room and broken window? 100 real. Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking about the money. What thing?
Oye, lo pasé así, pero bestialmente el calco.
Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest
repasé,
and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not to...
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Another thing. Great.
Sí, el capítulo final del gacha de los octópatas. No, problema. No, serio, problema. Y no me he terminado el anterior. No he matado a ese jefe que es rey eso.
Ah, no.
No, lo tengo ahí todavía.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign... It must be his name. Goranzi Kubek. Sounds representative.
Es que me da risa que ella como que llegó a su casa y después un tipo entró a su casa también. Y me da risa que la noticia dice así como, y el otro día salió con ropa distinta.
No habla nada así, no.
A heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock.
Como dijo
It's painted blue.
El Venice M18 Press.
It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Sí, la pillaron y...
The door stands silent,
y aparte
unmoved by your words.
Y aparte ella misma en su Twitter puso que no se iba a referir a cosas privadas y que por favor disfrutaran su trabajo.
An old call
Eso
box
luego la
with a
otra
matrix
confirmación
of
de que
push
me
buttons
impreso.
lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. You ring the doorbell. Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to your masculinity, to say nothing of your hair.
Sí.
Pasa Cyberpunk.
You see a set of tire tracks in the ground slush that covers the cop habit. You look at this isn't case related, you think.
O sea, el 1 nomás, porque la season sale ahora en enero.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Necesito mejorar mi percepción. Necesito eso.
El inglés me estáis hueveando.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body, the smell
La
is
que terminó la
repulsive.
escudita, yo quería leer la novela.
It pushes
La
in
novela
from
en
your
inglés
mouth.
estaba
More
antes que el
instant
término del
and more.
anime. Y ahora está pasado el anime, pero va a salir la segunda season.
Sí, mejor ver el anime.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
¿En serio no usaron una temporada de Aono Exorcist?
This young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell.
¿Qué onda?
If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
This trash container is just a trash container.
Yo quería verla. Vi el primer capítulo y me gustó. Después no sé por qué no la seguí
You
viendo.
could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or...
Did someone say pry bar?
Es como la misma idea, como...
Pry bar, pry bar. Your palms yearn its cold touch. To grasp it once more, as you've done so many times.
Or we could ask for a key from the
Aono
manager of
Exorcist
the
tendrá una
Whirlwind
nueva
Rags.
temporada
He
anime.
probably has one.
Ask the manager. Bullshit.
Bueno.
Go straight for the pry bar and pry this baby wide open.
Confirmado.
Aguante el hermano lo más grande.
aox.com.
Hello again, officer.
¿Cuándo salió la primera
things?
season? Como hace...
Sure. I'm done with them.
Como hace 10 años. Hace 10 años.
Go
¿no?
easy on that stuff.
2012.
Excuse me?
Es re vieja. Sí.
2011. 2011.
Well, I didn't write it there.
Y la segunda
I'm just
season,
sitting here.
y la segunda season salió en 2017. No tengo ni idea.
Es como del mismo tiempo que salió, no sé, como Steins Gate. Así.
Okay.
Bueno, ese sí que se ve.
Ese se ve.
Porque
Captan a la Seiyumi Kubito con un hombre. Y los fans reaccionan.
Can I help you? Mine?
Sí.
No, it belongs to the whirling and round.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Salió con un
Why do you
nombre.
keep the container locked?
Increíble,
Why?
no lo puedo
To
creer.
keep the hobos
Ni
and
idea que
drunks
le
out.
gustaba el
That's
nombre.
why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company. What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
No, que los títulos, mira, este es el mismo formato, pero...
Son las 5:15.
Con un hombre y los fans reaccionan. Y le aumentan los muslos a Hatsune Miku y los fanáticos reaccionan.
This trash container with a well-oiled crack. The lock don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Descarado, man.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and
Soy Family
organic
tendrá
waste.
segunda temporada y los fans reaccionan.
We're just in time.
No,
This
mentira,
hasn't
salió
been
este.
emptied for over a week.
Ya tiene una película. También
You see milk
detonada.
and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence in the trash. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue
Kimetsu no
jeans.
Yaiba, una Nezuko
Forget.
detuvo el metro en Ciudad de México.
Or empty. He wore
Yo
them
sé,
with a
yo
belt.
sé qué pasó ahí, me da risa el
White
título,
belt.
es como nadie...
The loops appear stretched.
Literal, había un juguete de Nezuko que
The belt is
tapaba
missing.
una puerta del metro,
That's it.
entonces el metro no
Do
podía
you see
partir.
anything else in there?
Something slimy catches your eye.
Increíble que hagan eso así como un artículo de
A
noticias.
drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that,
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
the lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes. Written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid. We even got an auto
Joder.
form.
Voy a borrar esto, pero...
If you don't mind me
Son
asking,
cosas ahí.
how did this get in the trash?
Oh.
Igual lo voy a guardar.
Sí, va a ser útil en algún momento.
Joder, creo que la cagué. O sea, no creo que la cagué. Estoy seguro.
Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover operatives, informants. I suggest integrating it into your style, for all our sakes.
Easier said than done. How could this pathetic cabbage of copy paper and plastic ever become très disco?
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. Only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
Puta madre, no debía haber hecho eso. Joder.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work.
El John Judo ya
Just
está a los 6, man.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper, some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, And the rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sand, they're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all? The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more. Judging by the creases on your forehead and the lines on your cheeks, too much more. Going back years, decades even.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files, commit to paper. These are your last couple of months in Revachol. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy murdering, don't you? Wish there was one in there about a drug den. You love those. Gets the blood pumping. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close, there is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely, but... The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you, And a fuck
Ay,
you to
Hikaru
you
no...
too. That last one cuts a
Hikari
slash
no
right
Ou,
through
también
the
la quiero
paper. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels
Mamoru
good.
Ochi, de nuevo.
Feels
Vuelve.
like completion. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight. It's proving to be harder than expected.
Mejorar
You
la
just
lógica.
don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back.
Ok. Espérate, creo que lo puedo bajar, ¿no?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
28.
The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. You crack open the ammonia pool and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your eyes squinting, you stand in it. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
We should have a look at that belt before we even consider taking him down. It looks worrisome.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
No, you should not get a drink. You should perform an initial inspection of the victim's corpse. We are on the raw part. Industrial strength. You can use for tying cargo to lorries.
Igual me piro. Chaito, Nex, que estés bien.
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt, buckle closes. It's what I would do. Seems easier than climbing up there. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Then you should ask me the first moment we get.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and the material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Joder.
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso, an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought...
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears, some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Here, a souvenir. Don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench, eyes like a shark.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Climb up there and saw the branch? I don't trust that ladder. The assailants didn't use it. It's rotten and less sturdy than it looks. And I don't see another good way up there. Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this. There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread loose.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
But what else can we do? I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink.
Yes, we do.
He breathes out heavily.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the...
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's desk was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani poika! Take...
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard. You've held this, an A9 Armistice, before. At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your finger. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the noon light as the corpse slowly rotates.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
No salió.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the explosion. With your ears still ringing, you lower the weapon to see what happened. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood, only a murky sludge dripping down his belly.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry! I knew it! What?
Ask for another shot. You'll get it with the next one. The goddamn light reflected off some window. Surely.
The cadaver is already compromised bad enough. We don't have to make it worse.
It came out wrong. You made it sound like you're some sort of roulette addict looking for a... Feels like shit, man. How did this happen? Hit him straight in the chest. How horrible. You're so sorry.
I agree. Police work is overrated. It is trying and stressful. However, it is still our job to get the dead body down from the tree.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot. It's your pig hands.
Pigs don't have hands. They have, like, fucking hooves or something.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
That's preposterous! What are you, a fucking earl?
We still need to get him down somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too.
Espérate. Algo me decía que tenía que ser...
An inconspicuous pile.
Percepción necesito.
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing. Because there's a secret door. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed?
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Espera, vi algo ahí.
Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? Pig, that's the past. You and Kuno are now. Let's talk about how you opened the secret door fucking at Kuno's kingdom. Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything? Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die!
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate. Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows? So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor. Go to the gate. Ask him yourself. You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit.
Chico ahora. No me he dado cuenta.
Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for falling anyway, pig. The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker, 'cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Dunno. Kiptas Gardner used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit. No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient.
He thinks you're fucking...
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't...
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
Venga al tiro. Voy a hacer algo a comer. Mientras ya el servidor sigo avanzando un poco. Oye, este tipo. ¿De qué? Voy a hablar con este de acá porque.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Yes?
Hello again, officer. How are things? Oh, okay. Thanks for keeping me in the know.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
A ver. Tengo que tener una copia del mapa. Ahí tengo que... la radio. Ok.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, the frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled the soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's...
Just a second, officer.
Ten 2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over. 10-4. What's your status? Over. 10-18. 10-20. Over. 10-18. 10-20. Over. State your message, sir. Over.
But you said... never mind.
10-9, repeat message, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain, over.
10-22, the captain. This sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Is it him? What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it! Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station.
Mullen dicked us.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me! Mac, come here! You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Ten-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
¿Qué? No. ¿Puedo que se me tiene mi arma? Me están güey.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Oh, fuck.
10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over. 10-9, come in officer. Over. Come in officer. 10-9, repeat message please. Did you misplace your firearm? Over.
The silence is almost deafening after you flick off the switch, severing the connection.
That did not go well. I guess the important thing is that you followed protocol and reported your lost items. Did we need anything else here?
Joder. Me violaron ahí, no sé.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's you.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
The window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the morning light. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
No problem, officer.
The door is closed. There is no one. You hear the shower being turned on, somewhere inside.
Ready para bañarnos. Está el otro tipo aquí. Así como...
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic. I don't speak a word of Seolite, and I've never met either one of my grandparents. There is nothing ethnic I can... Good. Let's change the subject.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles. Focus on other people's troubles, not your own.
Your heart beats twice like a fist. The serotonin deficiency makes your teeth clench. The lieutenant blinks, his mouth slightly open, and...
Excuse me, I was lecturing you. I shouldn't have. You should consult a medical professional if you feel that you need help. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Yes, but containers contain things, shiny things. They're interesting. He simply nods.
What do you want to know? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I'm relieved that you agree. Anyhow, let's get back to the case. Was there anything else you wanted to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? With the smoker? You already were there. Didn't work.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor? Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval. watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. We'll just have to go in and see.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. The royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime and then some.
That's probably the door Evrat mentioned. We still need to get the key from this manana first, though.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow. Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there? You were looking pale there for a second. What are you looking at? Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. No, we are not constructors and renovators. And these bullet holes do not warrant an investigation. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Should we go?
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. Is read from the code. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. A golden sun melts down your throats, its rays filling your nostrils with...
In the bottom right corner of this...
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Un lingonazo.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do. Not in this damp.
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman? Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet, but I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these halls. It's bed.
And all she gets.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her...
She mumbles some kind of a response. You hear someone walking around inside.
No quiero subir, po. Quiero subir. ¿Y una caja? Me acuerdo que se puede jugar con control y es más cómodo, man. Creo que sí.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment...
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Ah. El problema del menú es que
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Change of plans. Her number.
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or something.
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. Clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Despair creeps.
No.
Getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eaten.
Ta madre, weón.
You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Me perdí, eso.
He watches you melt down stoically from behind the lenses of nothing you can say would make you feel any better. Cop gives up the
Joder, ese grabó hace como 2 horas, weón. La madre, no puedo cambiar eso de la frecuencia de la ¿Y se le había puesto que sí? Ay, qué rabia, weón. Invalid Twitch token.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material
Oh.
Eternite.
Puta madre, no grave.
Inconspicuous pile. Because there's a secret door. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then?
Be still. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Perhaps not, but that there.
A ver, ¿qué tengo que hacer?
colourful display of cigarette. The bottles wink at you there, in that dark green glass. All in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Çantamı magnesio.
The tear machine stands in the corner. You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
US cab now. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop's cab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife? A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Oh, so the none of the above type are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Yo te llamaste, Kai.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place.
The man whispers a jaunty.
Ok, me había olvidado que me había muteado. Necesito hablar con este tipo.
Can I help you? Thanks. How strange. Sylvie had the keys before I got the trash.
Ah, the Clinton's. Thank you anyway.
Yes.
No sé a qué se refiere eso.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck. Look at him. Kuno.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea. Rugby style. Yeah? You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck them. Yeah?
He means Manana, the laid-back striker at the gates.
Yeah? He's the one you wanna talk to. He's You're testing Kuno's.
Get lost.
Yeah? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Listen, Kuno could.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters. F-A-L.
Look.
The lieutenant remains silent.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig. Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno, look at that fucking shit. Fuck does Kuno.
The lieutenant takes a quick note.
It's a trap, Kuno.
The fuck? A mug in the trash. Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going.
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that.
The kid may have something there.
Kuno doesn't. Stop turning. Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. Pig, that's the past. You and Kuno, and now, and then what? You fucking there. You fucking.
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno.
That's where Kuno gets.
Bet you'd like to ride the.
Oh, that. Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff ray. It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything? Yeah, it's the
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kid. The fuck do you want? Good call, pig. Kuno doesn't.
Hear that? The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the. This coin-operated viewer, your money disappears into the curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible, a half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out. Really? I don't have the eyesight.
A stone, like There's a key.
This must be for the... We'll just have...
This must the royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard. Good job. Let's go now. I'm sure there's nothing else to do than to leave and tell Everard. Know, as you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues...
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. You peer into the faded, your chest feels tight.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century. Perhaps a crime of a sort, not much.
Esperen.
Well, wow. The gods of mass production. There's a satisfying... A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it. Into a...
In the bottom right...
From the void...
Give me a moment. The cold.
This woman's health is...
I'm fine. Now, what do you want from me? Yes, yes.
somewhere in...
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs.
Thank you. We should go.
It's been.
And all she gets.
Ask away, police. People come and go.
She mumbles some kind. A shift in temperature. A former architect stands before. Is red from faint pencil lines. It's clean. This door is numbered.
Let's see.
No one.
Looks like we should return tomorrow. Tomorrow, 9
down. Remember.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? The cop kind. Well, I think the
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. The silence carries.
Martinez.
A tremble comes over you.
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheated. The frequency tab, the soft...
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is a...
Under the green prime line, a yellow...
Of course.
Change of plans. Her number.
Yes.
This is...
Lieutenant...
Officer... Yes, hello? Oh, right.
There is no resentment in her tone.
No, not me. No, sorry. People don't...
It was someone else. We'll find...
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The The other people who live around here. Local people, I didn't want trouble. You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealer, please, I just didn't want any trouble. You do? What else can I do for you? Yeah, go on. Well, I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? No, absolutely not.
That came so fast, you can't but wonder what else she would be good at. Baseball? Ring a bell quiz shows? Catching...
You mean why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Maybe, I don't know. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart. You know women and their constant problems, Yak. That's where you step in. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster. What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a man be honest in his own
Qué raya.
anymore? You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got everything under control. Then go and have a little boy's talk with God himself. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love? You're just a gimp. What? You want to be more empathetic? Nothing's wrong. It's just sexuality.
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer? 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Yes?
No response.
Have you tried
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of it.
Really? You look fine to me. Focus on other people's troubles.
Your heart beats toward. The lieutenant blinks, his mouth.
Excuse me, I was lecturing you. I shouldn't have.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. If you insist. What do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity. And I can see you're disappointed. That's correct.
That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome. No.
The lieutenant nods.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue note. You're super lucid, yet psycho.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock. They say it's a...
Yes, but containers contain things, shiny things. He simply nods.
What do you want to know? Ah, yes. The kid 3 days ago, during that time,
Ya lo vi.
been stripped of his belongings. A security, they didn't identify. There's a strong prejudice against. That's us. The rep. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. You mean like a brief? Do you want? There's no reason. 3 days ago, during that time. Okay then. Was there anything else you want? Good.
Lo siento.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take...
Her voice is...
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely. Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me. Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do. Hard to tell exactly what it was over the phone. Could be a combination of peripheral neuralgia and high blood pressure. Could be that you were having a heart attack. Or, actually, it could be both, given your profile. Yep. Yes, probably in more ways than one.
He sounds very careless about it all.
Cut down on the drinking, pal. In fact, cut off the drinking. The drugs, too.
Oh, but speed. Sweet speed. It goes so well with alcohol, too.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? Do that. I need to go. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson, but it's hard to say because his eyes are swollen.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
¿Qué onda?
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already... I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did, so we're all good here. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in a spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of killers.
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets. You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Perfect, Harry. That's perfect. My version of the left is not against the companies, it's with the companies. Honestly, what I have in mind is a business proposal. A left-wing business proposal, but still...
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I know we can do business together.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my! Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be taken down. Please extend him this courtesy. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my... By all means, Harry. What's on your... Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
He is not.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
See you soon, Deba.
Un segundo. Entonces, voy a terminar esto.
The unpromising race pupil returns. So it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior, then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, enemy. I will go and remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you. Babe, See that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today. Farewell, ham sandwich. You are a Union man from now on.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. The lips of the corpse are swollen preposterously. They are also silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
Mundo interior.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you. Not an energetic start to an autopsy, I agree.
Pig's messed up. Kuno feels pity.
Just leave it empty, officer.
The corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde amnesia. The next box says...
KK57-08. Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook. Teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
Nor does he look male. with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th, 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815.
None, at least not after the initial examination.
He places his gloved hand on the dead man's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform.
Then.
Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide, the other an accident, the small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
I'm afraid we can't continue before we've gone through both the external and internal clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. Steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark. It's no use. We should get chain cutters. You can try with them. I have a pair in the toolbox of my kinema. Damn corpse. We had a good rhythm going.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. There are several footprints in the mud, left. Wow, still not doing it. You're bad at this.
Don't beat yourself down. Neither can I. We'll have another look later.
What? Kit de herramientas.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of a metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools, but the handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap go the cutters in your hand. You can do good work with these. Cut chains, locks, and ropes, especially belts. The pull-out toolbox. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
¿Cómo sé cuántos puntos? Ahí tengo los puntos de habilidad. Ajá.
Rotting man, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the yeast. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now. After some deliberation, you snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! Let's get off and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. Last item, hands. Hands are clean, no sign of a recent struggle. Ooh, that's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth. Hepatobiliary, NA. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits lividity in the lower extremities, feet, hands, and neck, visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 feels. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest.
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck. with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of...
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
Oye, tú, negrita, saca de aquí.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer, a motherfucker, and a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Coppo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, you loony. Because you have. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You might be onto something there. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. Do I remind you of someone? There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level, more like days, Coppo. The clock is ticking. Your liver tells you so.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Okay. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can take care of the rest. It's too late to take him into processing today. I'll take him first thing tomorrow.
Ya. Bajar hasta acá.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a metallic drawer, slides. It's robust, weatherproof, and well lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts. The pull-out toolbox slides. Take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
Lo dejo que